Good morning, everybody. It is Friday, February 26th, 2021, and it's time for another Let's Build Citizen Livestream. Let's get started. All right. Let's tweet this real quick. How's everybody doing today? I wonder how good my webcam would be at color keying with this background. Probably pretty bad, right? Wouldn't be a stream if I didn't screw around a little bit at the beginning. Let's see here. Okay, so I click on the video source, select filter. This is probably not going to work. And then I add under the effects filter. I don't have chroma key. I've got color key. Oh no, I do have chroma key. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, my background is basically the same color that I am, so that's probably not going to work. That's pretty funny. Well, so much for that idea. Huh. What other effects do they have? Nothing super interesting. Well, maybe someday I'll get a sheet to put in the back. So we got all this real estate over on the right side we could be making use of here. Could always just paint the wall, I guess. All right. Realize it's pretty important that I highlight that this is alpha software. giving that an alpha bump or a commit bump. Doesn't deserve it. I'm also going to do a similar notice in the UI. Hey, hey, and I'm Paul, you're Paulo. We gotta keep these things straight, man. There's already another Paulo, spelled differently, P-A-O-L-O, who I know has come onto the stream, so, I mean, we gotta keep these names right. But yes, sometimes my family calls me Pablo, which is the Spanish word for Paul. Anyway, yes, one more day till the alpha release, and I'm putting giant banner caveats on the thing so that everybody knows that. One thing that occurred to me yesterday is there's a good chance this stuff gets shared, which would be great. But also, like, I don't want people showing up and being like, you know, expecting a finished product, which is what everybody does. Here's a little tip for your marketing. If you put a build out, people expect it to be the build. Okay, P-A-O-L-O is Italian, Pablo is Spanish, and P-A-U-L-O is Portuguese or Brazilian. Interesting. Do people in Brazil tend to speak Portuguese? I'm not well versed on South American culture in general, but especially language. Yeah. When I was trying to think of the first server name to go with, I thought about doing, this is really dumb, but I was thinking about the shit poster in me. Thought about calling it Postle.com by some variation, just so long as it reads as Postle. So then I could be Paul the at apostle. I think my religious mother would have had words with me if I did that. I think it would have gone really poorly for me. I wonder, though, you know, Paul is now a common name. I wonder if Saul preceded Paul to the degree that Paul didn't exist prior to Saul. Or if that's just a coincidence of the Christian history. Okay. How about that? Yeah, I guess there's no need for that. Let's try doing just full on bold. And text gray 50. And with that, we're going to increase the margin top a little bit. Okay. I guess actually, rather than doing that, I could put MB of 6 on it. Better call Saul. Except I can't do that because it's position fixed. So. All right. So far, so good. Do I want to do the same thing there? Probably. In this case, I shouldn't need to position fixed it. Still doing that weird thing. Okay, it seems to be fine. Now we are going to go to the header. Again, it may seem a little silly that I'm putting in this effort, but gotta communicate with people. What's going on? And I do not want people to show up and be like, okay, yeah, it's kind of minimal, not for me. I want them to know this thing's a work in progress. Okay, interesting. Why is... Isn't leading set to none for this? Oh, it's probably... the line height must get changed when you set a font size. The text. Okay, not happy with any of that. Want to be able to just drop in a quick little alpha build without changing how I've done this. So it's easy to remove, but I don't know if I can pull that off. So how about if I... That's good thinking. That's just good thinking. People are totally cool with it whenever your software like injects changes to their posts, right? Okay, that's desktop, and now for mobile. Okay. All right, this may seem really absurd. But I'm telling you, people do not receive messages unless you just beat them over the head with it. No, not too much of a pain. There's a degree to which I want to get us to I want to see how things kind of work before I take any before I start working on kind of tools for managing the feed. Just because I'm not, sure. I did see that. Okay, I'll comment on that in a second. But Paulo, so yeah, no, it's not too much of a pain. It's really just kind of more like I don't want to speculatively put in features until we all sort of are getting a sense of like what it's like to use the thing. Something like that makes a lot of sense. But it could just be that, like, for instance, something else ends up serving that purpose. And so, I think it's a good idea to kind of take your time, for us to take our time with implementing features speculatively, especially when we have a pretty big list of features that we want to get done that we know we want. So there's a prioritization element, and there's also just a avoiding overlapping functionality element. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking about that at this stage. So I did see that Twitter is adding communities, which, part of me was kind of like, that's a shame because it was really easy to say it's like Twitter, but we have communities. But, what can you do? If anything, just says it's a good idea. This is the right link. Yep. I've got them all. I can't imagine if they're to the point of announcing it that they would have come around that quickly. One second, let me type this out and then I'll respond to you there, CS. So my thought is that was actually suggested a couple of days ago by the other Apollo, and it's not a bad idea by any stretch whatsoever. But also, I don't really. It definitely touches on my feeling about not, speculatively implementing something if we're not 100% sure that's what we need. Also, I'm a little hesitant about approaches like that on account of wanting to make sure that we are giving our community a chance to develop into its own. And as soon as you start merging together multiple networks, that really becomes the high order bit of the system in many ways. And that might be a good purpose for all of this, to be sure. But I'm not yet convinced that it is, and so I'm kind of inclined to hold off on that. Hey, Lorenzo. And now simplify the language. Okay. Let's make sure the sign up flow works still. Has anybody figured out my test user naming scheme pattern yet? Okay.
Citizen.
So, coming up with new names for test users is tricky, right? You gotta come up with something new every time. Has anybody figured out how I do it? I think it's a pretty good system. This one's Frank. One before that was Ellen. The one before that was Dan. It's pretty obvious when you think about it. I just alphabetically move forward, and using Alice and Bob as the first two, use that as the seed, so I just alternate genders. So Alice, Bob, Carla, Dan, Ellen, Frank. Next one would be, what, Georgina? Nah, because F is a traditionally male name. So G has to be a traditionally female name. I don't know if I've ever gotten as far as G, so I'd have to think about what that would be. Georgia, maybe? Georgia's a good one. Like naming hurricanes. Gabrielle, also a good one. Right. Tropical storm. Has there ever been a tropical storm, Paul? Yeah, I try to use, actual human names. I know gendering anything is a little bit of a sticky spot right now, but, there was a tropical storm, Paul. It's been used 11 times. And it has killed people. Okay. I haven't updated the software on the test server recently. I wonder if anything's broken. That's a little funky. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's just that I need them to look like actual usernames. That's why I stick with that. All right. So today we were talking about maybe doing that right there, forgotten password and email confirmation. Talking about maybe doing hypersync stuff. This got done, so big thanks to Sully for transferring the CTZN domain. Very, very generous of you, Sully. We really appreciate it. So CTZN.1 is in my names manager, and we'll be able to set it up tomorrow. So good stuff. I think one of the things I wanted to do today is do a quick pass on the HTTP endpoints that we're using. Because that's one of those things that gets a little hard to change once people start using the software. And right now we are just sort of having the citizen servers use /citizen as well as /hyper. And I want to give some thought as to whether or not we want to try to namespace those a little bit more, maybe put a version number in there. I'm not sure. There's also a general question I have about a lot of these endpoints, which is the degree to which they are baking in some logic and doing so in a very informal way, which runs counter to how I've architected almost every other part of the system. Specificity around protocol identification is really quite important. You don't want ambiguity, and these endpoints are pretty ambiguous right now. They are truly YOLO at this stage. That's not great. So that's something I'm kind of mulling over here. We could try to cook up a more specific alternative, something like, first of all, let's put it under API. Something like that. So then we have, you know, global names that are consistent with our approach here of domain / something that's within the domain. Now putting a method inside of a endpoint I know would be a somewhat controversial choice, given that that's a duplication of the HTTP method. But two things kind of come to mind. One is you want each of these methods to have a unique identifier, so it seems to me that you could do it like this and then just have the spec under this indicate what the get and the post or what other methods exist there. Could do it that way. But then this begins to conflict a little bit with other sort of schema things. So it might have to be something like that. We have a similar problem with our entire WebSocket API. Massively underspec, massively informal. And that one gets a little more complicated as well because getting the slashes that I need for my URIs into the method names sucks. Makes using the APIs harder. So on the verge of the alpha release, this is now what's on my mind. Since we have things sort of working, now I'm thinking about that. So what do we got here? This is the other thing that's on my mind right now. How we're going to be approaching general programmability for end users. Programmability of let's kind of look at where all the business logic lives right now. We have a variety of business logic in the WebSocket APIs. Some business logic in the HTTP APIs, minimal but still there. And then we've got a fair amount of business logic inside of the citizen and community databases. And we got to be thinking about, where are we trying to go here? How satisfied are we with this approach? What do we want to become end user programmable or not? How much business logic do we want to attach to schemas and what have you? A really generic approach that we could take, if we were so inclined, would be to modify the APIs to be basically database endpoints. And we could change it to be just that. I have no idea if I need to be visually writing this out, but I'm doing this instead of a text buffer. And if we were to do that, then the business logic would move entirely into the database contract layer. gets into part of what I've already been somewhat thinking about, which is the community API, the community web API, or RPC API rather. There are a number of methods here, like assign role, unassign role, remove member, things like that. Which need to have this exact thing happen. And it's the kind of thing where rather than, so in the current API method, you would have receive request, check constraints, massage any data as needed. Apply change, return result. That's the current model for how this works. And the change, which I do know that is going to happen in the future, we would, at least on the community stuff, I am unsure about these two here, but it would be receive request, maybe check constraints, not sure. Actually, probably not. So basically, the future API model would pass through the request that you're trying to do straight to the database, more or less. This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about on-chain. So then this bounces out to the, you might call it the contract layer or the database layer. And there, it is going to detect new record, check constraints, massage, add data as needed, apply change, and basically applying the change has the same effect as writing the result. And so we could, in theory, have the await processing trigger this behavior, wait for it to finish, and then return some information about what happened here. But if we await processing, there would be no guarantee that the processing occurs synchronously. Because for instance, if I'm on Citizen.1 and I'm trying to affect a community that's on, let's say, Citizen.2, that TLD doesn't exist, but if I apply a change to Citizen.2 and Citizen.2 happens to be down, I would be writing my request record, and then it would be in a kind of a pending state until Citizen.2 can get back online, handle the change, and respond back. So basically, in this future API model, everything is asynchronous and eventually consistent because it's a global network. But you can put into play a system in which you that await processing thing can become just a generic API to say, okay, let me know when this request record has been processed, so that you can get synchrony or responsiveness, you know what I mean? Of course, the other thing you could do is just watch the output and wait for the output to be in the actual data mesh to be handled. But to some degree, to do that, you have to know what processing is going to occur. So this API model here is super generic. You write simply by writing a specific record to a specific table. You execute actions by writing a record to the database. So one way to think about this is to kind of just like be treating your database almost like a RPC layer. Etc. And so then your sort of processing logic would be running over here. It would pick up on that add member. And that's when this would all occur. So this is what I'm going to begin to move our community table into in the near future. And it has to be done that way because unlike a lot of the other methods that are currently in the API layer, the community layer involves distributed transactions frequently. Basically, anytime you're a member of a community that's not on your home server, you have to leverage distributed transactions. And at that point, we need to be thinking about, either you can handle distributed transactions by doing server-to-server RPC, which is what we did with the remote joins, or you handle it by putting everything into the data mesh. Putting everything into the data mesh is less efficient in some ways, but it also is more resilient to network behaviors and is more unified comparatively. Now, if this is what I'm going to be doing with the first set of updates, this still does not introduce user programmability. For user programmability, you'll have getting a jet flyover. I think we can sufficiently call this a contracts layer. That's what user programmability looks like. And there's a number of interesting challenges that come along with that change. Let's get a little header text in here so if anybody's half watching and coming in and out, they know what's going on. Just get rid of the fill. So this move right here shouldn't be terribly difficult for us to do. It's one of the things I want to do as soon as possible after after the alpha launch. Until we do it, you actually are not able to be a moderator or an admin for a community that's not on your own server, so it's something we have to do. We kind of have to do pretty soon, not just kind of want to do. And if we were to do this completely, you could replace our RPC APIs with generic table operations, which would be much easier to standardize around. And then basically at least the WebSockets portion of everything begins to become relatively simplified. The HTTP stuff, though, and some of the methods here, like this right here, list home feed, how do we make that generic? There's a lot of stuff which you really want to have happen in the database like this as opposed to doing it in the client because it's involving a lot of round trips to the database layer. And you don't want to introduce the latency into those round trips of going over the internet. You want to do that on the server. So that's an open question to be sure, and that's basically everything that the HTTP endpoints are doing. All of them are designed with that exact lot, to do that exact thing. That's basically, those questions are one and the same. And the reason that we're using HTTP endpoints, for folks that were not involved in that discussion back when that happened, is that whenever you are interacting with data that's not on your home server, you use the HTTP endpoint to fetch it from the home server that it is on. And HTTP has got a lot of good caching infrastructure around it, so that it should be relatively straightforward for that to scale up at a relatively low cost. So we do have to give some thought into how that is going to be handled. Well, let's get back to the user programmability, because that is, we're kind of working backwards from that. The more that we bake into server behaviors, the less becomes user programmable. Or if you have certain things, certain kinds of logic which are given those optimizations, but then everything user programmable is not, then you wind up with a situation where anything user programmable is inherently slow, and that massively destroys the enjoyment of that capability. So for user programmability, we're going to need some kind of a secure VM for running the contracts, which is not impossible to do in JavaScript, but not exactly easy. Might be the sort of thing that for a while you have to have special permission from your server to run custom contracts until we're sure it's secure. And since anybody can run their own server, that's not a terrible constraint. Reduces access a little bit, though. So there's that. There's also, once we get to user programmability, the back end is all that's being talked about here. But there's also the question of user programmability in the front end. So if I add user programmability, or if I use a contract to make it possible to, let's say, add likes to posts in my community, if there's not a UI for it, well, what's the point? And having to use a custom app for every possible contract, that ain't really working either. So we need to have some kind of way for however these contracts work to also tell user interfaces how to successfully interact with the contract. So the approach we might take here is to start with, this and not move to this until on this layer we've actually solved how a lot of the other challenges, especially around UI customization. Because until that's done, this part of the layer may just not give any utility. And so what we could do in the meantime is invest in parameterizing the hard-coded logic so that kind of minimal forms of customization can occur. User programmability is, of course, the ultimate form of customization that can occur. But in the meantime, we can get parameterization into this so that you can apply various forms of customization, and that will, by necessity, require us to have the front end be able to have the tool set, or at least the initial design of the tool set that this will need. if we're able to get all the way to this point, then we're in a space where the entire network is actually somewhat more interesting than just a social network. It's really just a social applications platform. And so that's really, in many ways, our destination. And it will depend on just how sort of repeatable this approach is for building applications, because there are some unique, challenges to this approach. But it's compelling enough that I think there should be a number of things that could be done with this. Anybody have any thoughts or questions about what I'm talking about here? I've sort of satisfied in my brain what I needed to think through. So before I move on, I just want to make sure I'm giving you all a chance to ask any questions or anything. Every so often I'll say something in Clubhouse that is some kind of point I want to make, and then just everybody gets dead silent. Nobody picks up the ball and responds, and I'm always like, either I said something that was so interesting that everybody's just quietly thinking about it and has nothing to add, or I said something so blindingly stupid or confusing that everybody's shocked and doesn't know how to respond. And same question here. Living in that hot zone between brilliant and stupid. Put that on my tombstone. So, okay, this is, Ryan, what you're saying, this is exactly what I want to hear from y'all, because having now thought through all this, I'm more than happy to back up and talk through all the constituent pieces here so that y'all know what I'm talking about, because I consider a big value of what we're doing with this stream is to communicate to y'all what I'm doing, so that I'm not just adventuring on my own. So, okay, let's rewind the clock a little bit in our thought process here. I'm going to go ahead and take all that out because it's not super interesting. So, let's start by talking about how this all operates. Here we have our topology, 2 servers, and they synchronize with each other using 2 different mechanisms: the Hypercore protocol and WebSocket RPC. And while WebSocket RPC and Hypercore protocol are how servers communicate with each other, they are also how basically any user can communicate with any other user in the system. Of course, the only difference being WebSocket RPC cannot be used to communicate to an end user device. So we have here a regular user who sends a request to their home server. That effectuates some changes in their databases, and then those changes get synced out to the other servers, mainly using Hypercore protocol. That's the basis of our topology. Lorenzo, let's come back to that because that's an interesting conversation in and of itself. So is this part so far, everybody's up to speed on this, no questions about how data is kind of moved between users. You have, all these user databases which sort of logically float around within the Hypercore protocol as kind of like they may be stored here with the writable keys, but they get replicated wherever they're needed. And so whenever you're interacting with them in the network, you're just thinking, okay, I'm just fetching a database at a public key, and it automatically gets transferred down on demand. And so when I call it get, I may be getting something from this guy, and it whoosh flies over here and feels like it's local, right? So the Hypercore protocol is a way for databases to basically feel like they are global entities and not have to think about the network at all. The WebSocket RPC is currently designed around having a way to send writes to a database that represents you. That's the main purpose of it. So I say, create a post, send that up through my RPC, pow, pow, pow. The write gets, the request gets written to the Hypercore protocol database, and then anybody that's interested in it syncs it out over here, and then it gets served down to its users through HTTP endpoints and WebSockets. So that's the flow here, So hopefully that much makes sense. Right, so now let's say we have a community that lives over here. And I, as a user, I'm a moderator. Just say mod. I'm a mod for that community. And I want to effectuate a change on this community. The way that currently works is, here I am on my device. I talk to my server through WebSocket RPC, and it will then shoot, using RPC, a request over here. It applies whatever business logic it needs to, makes the change to the community. Once that's done, it comes back here, sends the response back over here. Go away. This writes to my database, and then the response comes back down to me. Okay? All that makes sense? So we got write up to here, it uses WebSocket to get over here, effectuates its change, responds, effectuates changes, saves. That is the RPC mesh approach, and that is currently that's how we do remote community joins right now. The thing about that is this layer right here, we do not want to rely on it. As much as possible, we want to get rid of the WebSocket RPC approach. Okay, Lorenzo, as soon as I'm done here, you're asking great questions. This layer I want to get rid of, and there's a couple of reasons why. The first is that the WebSocket RPC layer is synchronous. And so if server 2 is down, then the transaction can't be, it's just completely falls on the floor, it's lost. And so that makes it a little bit fragile. when we're dealing with a global network of servers communicating with each other. Not to mention users that want to be able to work with spotty internet connections or perhaps not even be connected to the global internet. The other thing is that this is kind of slow. So there's that to consider as well. Any kind of distributed RPC transaction over the internet is going to be slow. Not the main reason for thinking about this, but it's a good reason. But the biggest one of all is that this whole layer, from the outside perspective, is invisible. It basically doesn't have, it happens synchronously and is not logged in any meaningful fashion into the network. And so it breaks our entire idea of communities being able to create smart contracts and see exactly what's going on in their community and enforce rules around them. Anything that happens by WebSocket RPC causes changes to, from the outside, appear to magically occur to the community. No idea who started it. It's just whoever owns the server changed the database. We don't know why. The other thing to consider is that as we get user programmability into this, if the system depends on WebSocket RPC to communicate, then you're asking to create a user code execution on your servers, which is allowed to send out arbitrary RPC requests from that server. That's also unwise. So by minimizing the use of this to be as small as possible, and instead focusing heavily on using the Hypercore protocol, we get a more uniform system, we get more auditability, we get around the challenge of having user code running on servers that is potentially sending out requests, etc. And it makes for a somewhat simplified programming model to think about. Synchronous RPC is always a little harder to think about. Moreover, just coming up with reasons as I go here, one of the other things to think about is that if we have one mechanism by which all network communication really is engineered, then we have fewer things to specify, fewer mechanics to specify. We just have to create data schemas and smart contracts, and that defines the entire process of cross-network communication. If we are leveraging WebSockets and WebSocket RPC heavily, these will also need to be spec'd precisely. And anytime you have a custom contract, it's going to need to expose custom RPC endpoints to receive requests, et cetera, et cetera. So there's just more complexity to the entire system if we rely on the WebSocket RPC layer, compared to if we're able to do everything on chain, and then these servers become more or less dumb replicators of Hypercore data as much as possible, just unopinionated, and just have a WebSocket RPC layer for just basic operations regarding the Hypercore protocol, like write a record for me or delete a record for me. Exactly right. There's still an RPC layer because end users need to be able to reach the server, and also servers need to be able to, we'll probably need to have some kind of RPC layer to say, hey, have you handled this record yet? Yes or no. And we'll also need some kind of method for an introduction. So which is what the remote join, remote leave does, where especially the remote join, where you say, okay, I've created a new record that this smart contract is not tracking. Please be aware of this new record, and then it can handle it. So there's introduction, there's have you handle this transaction. Those are the kind of simple RPC methods we can get between the servers, and really kind of shrink the WebSocket RPC layer down to its smallest possible size. Cool. So at present, the WebSocket RPC layer is just very big. And if we effectuate this change here, If we implement this change, then the RPC layer gets small. If we make this change, then this layer becomes user programmable. And there you have it. That's exactly the area that I'm talking about here. All right, so Lorenzo, you asked 2 questions. Let's start with the second one. Could I touch on a few disaster recovery scenarios where some of the data on one server is gone? Would rights, contracts, users shared between servers also represent a recovery point? Yeah, possibly. Generally speaking, because you could think of all the Hypercore protocol as being a giant data caching layer. That's one way to think of it. Which is designed to, sort of operate behind. Yeah, no problem. So the Hypercore protocol is designed to kind of operate transparently, and just sort of whenever you make a request for something in a database over here, it just moves it over into the local cache. You can read from the local cache, and a lot of the protocol is geared towards intelligently pulling things down into the local cache as needed. It doesn't yet have great cache ejection, local cache ejection code yet, but we can get there. So in theory, you can get to a point where everything inside of, let's move to the back. Okay, fine, be that way. You could get to a point where all of the data on a given server is fully cached into another server, and so recovery can occur simply by pulling from that cache. You would need to have, if that's your goal, you would really need to set up some kind of replica server that is saying sync down everything from that server, so that if it ever goes down, we have a local cache of the data to pull from. So it is possible to basically be using this data layer to create backups of all the data sets and then use them as a recovery point. The thing you wouldn't be able to back up would be the private keys, and that would be up to the server to create some kind of private background channel for doing that. But if you didn't back up the private keys, you could at least have the read-only form of the data set to recover from. There's also the kinds of problems that will come about naturally around just bugs in a transaction flow where data gets into a bad state. That's kind of a different situation. Something that just occurred to me as I was thinking about this is that, how does it fail? I'll tell you one thing that does concern me a little bit about how it fails is if this server goes down and has a corrupted disk, and you restore from a checkpoint, that's a pretty challenging scenario, to be honest, because restoring the data from a previous checkpoint could lead to corruptions of the hypercores, where you break you violate the append-only constraint. There's some work being done around the Hypercore protocol to introduce some flexibility about that, about basically append-only violations. So we'll have to see what to do about that, but probably a naive approach to a server recovery system in which you simply are writing disk checkpoints periodically and then restoring from those checkpoints might actually be a bad model. Because if you are restoring from an old version and you don't synchronize the latest version prior to making new writes, you could end up corrupting the hypercores by violating the append-only constraint. That will be a challenge for us to solve, no question. And I'm not super enthused by that one. That's a tricky one. Okay, another question. You were talking about besides server-to-server sync, is it possible that an authenticate with Citizen could be a nice, a logical example to get how third-party apps might also interact with the network? Newer does not win if you have, I've talked about this in the past, if you have the append-only log. It's synced out to here, and then you have some kind of error or whatever that causes this all to get dropped by your local computer. So now you're starting out from here, and then you append new entries over here. These new entries are breaking that history, so any other device that had previously synced this would see that and go, nope, 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 these entries are a fork of the data, of the history, I'm not going to synchronize them. And so then this device would just suddenly be like, I can't, why aren't my new changes getting synced out to the network? So that's how the append-only constraint gets maintained currently. It just stops syncing. Peers that have the previous data will just be like, no, no, that's not an append. And so recovering from that is a little bit tricky. And that is something that the Hypercore protocol team is actively working on right now to add a lot more intelligence around that part of the system, which is not only important for recovery from disasters, it's also important for multiple devices, because multiple devices cause this to happen fairly frequently. Because unless they are coordinating synchronously with each other, they can easily write conflicting messages to the log. So this is, we should be, they tell me that they're going to be starting to share some of what they've been working on this front soon. Should be quite interesting. But there are aspects of it which have compatibility breaks, and we're going to have to figure out exactly how to roll it out. So one of those things. So that's that situation. Now, the whole concept of like you're kind of like SSO, secure single sign-on kind of things, or being able to authenticate in a cross-server fashion. Not a bad idea to introduce that as a solution to handling cross-server interactions, where I'm a user on this and I want to talk to that one, so I use the distributed auth to log in over here. You certainly could do it that way. Certainly could do it that way. I don't know. It's basically an equivalent possibility in the realm of our options here. So you have option number one being, here we have a message being passed. There's the option one, which is you send it up, is the server to server RPC, you talk here, server communicates, comes back, makes its changes, it's done. That's option one. Option two, which is what I'm talking about moving us to, is having all of the changes get written into the Hypercore protocol. It synchronizes that way, the changes get effectuated and brought back. What you're talking about is having a way for this user to authenticate over here, effectuate its change, and then authenticate over here and make its change. Certainly a possibility. It gets us away from smart contracts entirely. So there's two conversations, I think, embedded in this. There's using single sign-on to handle distributed transactions, and there's using single sign-on to handle the applications ecosystem. Wherein you are, and like, so what you're talking about, the applications ecosystem, is what single sign-on is traditionally used for. It's that thing that, sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook. That strikes me as a fairly obvious, yeah, we should do that, right? Just because it introduces a permissioning system for third-party applications to access some part of your citizen identity, whether it just be to authenticate who you are, You can, of course, extend it to give, selective permissions to the RPC API and things like that. You got to remember that the applications layer requires permissioning just as much as users do. They are a hostile party when they're third party. So I agree with you, Lorenzo, that eventually... Word. So yeah, I agree with you that eventually SSO would be a great thing to implement into this. It's kind of one of the ways you get, moving Citizen into being an identity layer. Pay with Citizen. Ooh, who knows? Maybe someday. All right, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. BRB. So, we talked briefly about how Twitter announced communities. And I'm sure they didn't steal that from us, but I'd be happy to just pretend that they did. So, you're welcome, Twitter. But the real question is, what does everybody think about the super follows? And who here wants to pay for my tweets? Do I have any takers? I promise only the best shitpost. For simply, what is it, $5 a month, I think? God, that's expensive. It must be $5 a year. What is it? Because if you're talking $5 a month, you're going to super follow, what, 2 people at most? So here's their mock-up of the communities thing. God damn, that looks exactly like what we're doing. You do have to wonder. I'm sure not. But you gotta wonder. it's the thing is though that like copying Facebook groups is something I easily, obviously that's something that would be self motivating. Okay, 5 a month. I'm not sure there needs to be a mole around, given that I'm broadcasting everything as much as I possibly can. It's like, then I'm no better than the insurrectionists. Hey, I've said it multiple times. If Twitter took everything we did in Citizen and implemented it, and then leveraged their market power to take this exact piece of work and popularize it, I don't gotta be the guy. Just want change to happen. That's activism at its finest. I'll be poor, but not really sure I'm going to end up unpoor either way. But yeah, right, mine are so bad that I should be paying you. It was actually pretty funny seeing the responses, because I don't think I heard anybody say anything positive about the super follow. And I don't know if that's just the Twitter culture and that like they're always you can never say anything good about Twitter. It's been a long-standing piece of Twitter culture. The only reason I've been able to embrace and enjoy fleets is that I'm somewhat ironic about it, and it's only kit. Plus, I've kind of stopped doing that lately. There's only so many kit pictures. Plus, she's gotten kind of fat. She's not as cute as she used to be. Yeah, I don't know. $5 a month. Have they said like what? Why it's? They have an actual press release that they did. And that's the funniest thing is that you can't just find the fucking press release that they put out. It's every copy and paste of their press release from every news outlet. Speaking of news on Google, how about this Australia shit? This is absurd. Australia forcing internet companies to pay news companies, one in particular who will remain nameless, News Corp. The thing that's fucking wild about that is that not only are they requiring payment, but that legislation requires that you can't say no. Like if somebody shows up and says, like one news company says, I want you to pay X amount for my fucking links, and you say no, I'm just going to remove your links, that's illegal in Australia. Which is why Facebook just blocked all news, because it's like, all right, if I can't do it on an individual basis, I'm saying no to all of them. It's one of those things where it's like two people you don't like having a really big fight, and you're like, I don't like either of you, I don't want to take a side here. Maybe it's under product. Maybe they didn't put out a press release. Maybe it's just, at least not on their own things. Yeah, I mean, it really was the Murdoch Empire taking advantage of, all right, well, we're not going to win in the market, but I'll tell you where we will win. In politics. In corruption. And, I've got mixed feelings, because on the one hand, I have felt for quite some time that you can make money with content on the internet. You just have to collect your check at Facebook or Google. So I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but on the other hand, it's part of it's just like, yeah, but also like, if your news company can't adapt to the times, isn't that what the open market is about? I mean, and that's what kills me the most is the hypocrisy of it. Because the Murdoch Empire fucking goes on and on about the importance of the free, unregulated market, and then they do a move like this. They run a teacher. That is some bullshit. I guess they didn't just say anything about it publicly. I guess it only... Is that a blog post? Imperfect by design? I'm fascinated to find out what they're going for with that. Is that to say it likes the slightly grungy stuff? Is that what they're getting at? Yeah. Well, okay. I guess I'm full of it because they didn't put out a press release on their blog. So I guess I have to go to the news. See if we can find more of their communities mock-up. Oh, here's the super. This is some of what I wanted to see too. You get a supporter badge, subscriber-only newsletters. Exclusive tweets, deals and discounts, and community access. That's where the community comes in. That makes sense. That's why they're bundling them together. You know, I think it's fine. I mean, I don't disagree with what they're doing here. I would probably recommend they do all of these things. All right. So, I think I'm going to leave the HTTP endpoints for the moment for the alpha, but it's going to have to change. Why don't we get a little bit of documentation around all this? Let's call this the roadmap. Later. Actually, I think I just need to do like this. emoji picker has a habit of not showing up in VS Code for some reason. Lorenzo, I know what you're talking about. I don't know yet. I don't know. They may come back in some form. They may come back as they were. They may come back as something that's implemented as part of the smart contract, so it's a customizable system. They may come back in a form that is more novel than votes and likes. Not sure yet. We need to... something else that's going to happen pretty quickly after we get the alpha network launched is beginning to introduce more structure around the communities, so that and more granularity to permissions and what have you, so that we can have communities that are effectively doing decision making together. And building out that layer will, by necessity, begin to introduce mechanics around reactions to posts and things like that. So, we will be touching on that sooner than later. But one of the things that's going to have to happen pretty fast is we're going to need to set up a way for there to be a community that's appointed to manage a server that determines things like this, what the default suggested communities are and what have you. So we're going to need to, in addition to me changing on how communities RPC layer operates, going to need to be adding sophistication into the permissioning and role structure pretty soon, as well as adding some more kind of customizable controls, and so then we may be getting into that kind of thing soon. Yeah, I don't know. If we can't think of something more novel than upvotes and downvotes, I don't know what to do. Could always just hide the count. I don't know. Because, you know, you can do what like Instagram does, where you get a like and you get told you get a like, but you don't. And that is kind of one of the main reasons I like having the votes, is being able to just signal to the person, seen, acknowledged, and liked. But I don't know, there is also a part of me that's kind of like, it's kind of lame. Like, I do like votes. That's why it was a hard decision to remove it. So I don't know, we'll have to think about it. It might have Edgarus if you had a URL in there, or cursing, because I can't get YouTube's auto mod to turn off. So you have to come up with a way to communicate URLs. That won't get caught by the spam filter. What server are you trying to? Yeah, you're probably trying to do Citizen 1, the default one that's there. That you are one day too early. Join us for the alpha launch on Saturday, and we'll be able to get you going. I'm guessing he's using Citizen 1 because that's the server it sort of recommends for you. So we'll launch Citizen 1 tomorrow. They're not listed. You gotta input them manually, but we do have one running at right here. But that will get nuked, so you will be purely just trying out the software on that one. No reason to, Lorenzo. You'll just need to update the software is all. Oh, nice. You're a better citizen than I am. I don't know if I would have thought to do that. All right, I got one other that was on my mind. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's make sure that's all looking right. Trying to load up HackMD without putting it on the stream here. 1 second. Okay. I'm gonna need to file a complaint with my internet connection. Okay.
Citizen.
That seems like the correct broad strokes. Funny to look at the design document now because we've adhered pretty closely to it. It was relatively broad strokes, but at some point I'm going to need to convert this into a white paper. Just not there yet. Probably in time for the beta. But yeah, this is all still pretty accurate. don't explain what a PX is doing here, do I? Alright, it's all looking good. Some of the work I'm doing here today is just prepping for new eyes to be seeing all this. Alright. I'm not going to get these in time. Just not going to do them today, I don't think. Let's try to solve what was going on with the synchronization. That would be wise. Oh, you know what else I want to do? I want to go to our TUI and turn off the mouse behaviors, because at present, if you are using this thing and you view the log, I have had situations in which the mouse movements start getting sent over and causing bugs. Now it's not doing it, of course, which makes it hard to test. There it goes. Okay. Ooh, in fact, I wonder if that was the one. What was that? That was on configure. Interesting. Hang on. I think that may tell us exactly what we need to know. So, nope, there it goes. Shoot. Hmm. There we go, that's the exact one I'm running into, spawn process, emitting it. There we go. Nope, still happening. That's a shame. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. That terminal's done. Okay, so that didn't fix it. This guy suggested doing this. Let's try that. Okay, it's just failing to execute now. Ah, I see why. Seemed to fix it. Nope. Gotta do both. Huh. Another terminal foobarred.
Citizen.
What's the purple phase? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that needed a refresh. It was a little bit ugly. Okay, are we witnessing the exact bug I was talking about? Seems like we might be. Mm-hmm. List followers is failing, and I should be able to fix it by restarting the other server. Bizarrely enough. That is what I've experienced in the past. No, that's not doing it. Okay, let's take a look at our issues. Yeah, so this one is failing to sync. Can't read toString of null. That's intriguing. Okay. Can't read toString of null. You know what would be really nice right now is the stack. Okay, let's see if we can't track that bug down. So the issue that got logged was this one. And that can occur there, there, or there. Okay. And actually, we know it's failed to load the database, so it's right here. So it's likely one of these two, but let's keep an open mind. I think maybe this is a complex enough situation that the only good thing we could do here is get that stack. I've gone all day without music, which is just awful. Now I'm struggling to reproduce the error. But the problem persists. Okay. Well, would really have liked to get that two-string error indicated to us, but I'm not seeing it now. So let's dig into why list followers, where it might be blocking on. Yeah, list memberships is working fine. The list followers, we're blocking on that. Well, let's do a little debugging. Well, the old console.login. Well, it's doing what I want. Lost our syntax highlighting, but I can live with that. Alright. double shift plus. Yeah, interesting. Double shift plus. Huh. Interesting. What I was actually just trying to do is set my tab size to 2. Doing good, how about you? Great to see you as always. And of course now it works. Word. Oh, you son of a gun. Come on, you gotta help me repro my bug, please. Of course. Happy Friday. Tell you what would make my Friday happy is if I could get this bug to repro. And now it's being shy. It's not going to be the browser cache. It's gonna. This has to do with server-to-server synchronization issues. And there's some kind of error case in which, for some reason, some of our server reads begin to block when we have recently restarted one of them, which manifests as the UI becoming unresponsive, and I gotta figure out why that's happening. Okay, now it's happening, and I took out the logging. Well, the logging did modify a little bit of the behavior. It caused these fetches to occur actually, I'm not sure if that did modify the behavior. If I had to guess, it would be the part where you fetch the community index followers. Because that's a distributed transaction. That's, or more specifically, that's fetching over the hypernetwork. That is at the heart of what I'm trying to establish, is that what is causing it. But of course, when I got the login in there, seems to work just fine. There it goes. Yep, alright. We've established it's choking on that. In fact, in this particular case, it's choking on fetch community indexes. Just playing with the timing, trying to trigger this error. There it goes. Nope. It worked. Well, you know, this is... We know this is our problem space. And we know it's a GET request that's failing. Off of the key value database. So the question we have to answer is like, you know, why would it block like that? Because the GET requests should never block. Just ask a couple of questions in the to the core dev team. There it goes. Yeah, so it's doing exactly what we think. When it's getting from the database that's on the other server, we've entered into some kind of condition after restarting the other server where it's blocking indefinitely. So that is occurring off of this. And it's happening right here. First we get the table, pull out the table, run the get call. And that's right here. So I've posed the question to the dev team. As to why that might happen. If the database is loaded, then setup was able to run all the way to its completion, which includes being able to do this. Wait a minute. That just gets the from the map. Okay. It's friends at test2.network. Which has peers. Appear to be no related issues. Oh no, what is that? Why isn't the communities display going? Oh. Got a minimum screen width problem. Oh, you know what? That might actually be related to the failure to load. Oh boy. Interesting. Use the bathroom real fast. Well, let's take a half second to spelunk into the code base involved here. We'll start with the client. That's interesting. Let's take a look at the Hyper-B API real quick. The way this interface works out is you got the hyperspace daemon and Hyper-B communicating with the hyperspace daemon using a exported Hypercore API. So Hypercore, Hyper-B interfaces with remote Hypercore, which then hyperspace internally calls into the actual Hypercore API. So inside of Hyper-B, you've got the question of like, okay, so if you run get here, creates this batch and runs the get on the batch. So all of its behavior is connected to the tree structure. Which appears to be Hyper-B. And its get block, here we are. So it's passing in options from above. So when we call get, it does pass in the options. That seems to always be passing in the options. So it looks like as much as possible, the options are passed through. So that would suggest to me that the Hypercore API, at least as the remote Hypercore is defined, is passing through. I'm not sure if available is still an API anymore. So on the remote Hypercore, when we do a get call, which is to get a block, takes in the options, passes them in as much as possible. So that's interesting there. Andrew just suggested that if available should be getting called pretty much always on the gets, but here it seems to be only getting called on feed.update. And if available is a piece of logic which should be, you know, the core to what we're trying to get done here, you know. It's interesting that if available isn't documented anymore over here. But yeah, that's the logic there. If you want to check if any of the connected peers have it, you can. Let's see if we can find any indication as to whether or not Hypercore still implements that on the get method. There it is. Old school JS here. Okay, there is the always is available. And that gets set when the feed is instantiated. Okay, So let's take a look real fast. We're just gonna do a little search in our node modules for if available. So the core store is being instantiated with if available true, and I wonder if that causes the core store to pass if available always into... There's actually a pretty quick way we can establish this. If we go into the Hypercore code, and we look for always if available. And then we look for the getter function. And now I'm going to stop my test server here, and I'm going to run one of my tests, which will start a simulator. I should. Interesting. I guess no remote is occurring, so let's try doing SS test topologies. Is that even active anymore? No. I think maybe the communities code has a... Nope. Multiple server interaction, I think. Let's take a look. Yeah, it does have a remote join and remote leave, so... but I'm not seeing it. Let's just try sticking this somewhere else. Okay, so that's getting set there, so if we don't see it here, then something's weird. It does indeed look like always if available is getting set. So that suggests that if available is always enabled. Okay. So I'm assuming this didn't hit because we're never hitting a situation in which, in our tests, because we don't have any tests for it, we're not hitting any situations where sync is occurring between servers. I turned off the topologies test because of some changes I made that were a lot of breaking changes, and it was kind of a pain to, yeah, I changed a lot of stuff, and it was a pain to update these tests. There. Maybe what I do, I should be able to trigger it in our remote join test. Just want to kind of triple check that if available is correctly set. Because what we might be running into, which I really hope we're not, but we could be running into a bug in the if available logic, which is sufficiently complicated that I'm really hoping that's not what we're hitting. And that by doing list followers. Interesting. Appears to be optimistically syncing prior to the get, or perhaps it's just not even happening. Well, if available, true is getting passed every time. Not there though. It's interesting. That might be some gets that we're calling. Oh, interesting. With wait false? If wait is false, then it doesn't matter. Always if available is getting hit every time. So that's true always. So that should never happen. Even whenever it's not passed in. Yep. I mean, it's pretty rare that you wouldn't want if available logic. And it's never getting passed in as false. So it's never getting turned off. There's sometimes where wait is false, but that's fine. That's as expected. Basically, wait false just means if you don't have it locally, abort immediately. Really don't want this to be a bug in the if available logic, because not only do I know that to be complicated, but I know it to be complicated because I didn't work on it, Andrew and Matthias did, and they told me that it's hard. Would really prefer for it not to be a bug and if available. Hoping it's just I'm doing something wrong. One option that we could explore here is to leverage the timeout option. Let's really get around our problem. This would not solve it, though. That's interesting. I wonder why that was necessary. Oh, I wonder... Oh, hang on, that's interesting. What? I wonder if that's a... Let f equal undefined... Ha! That is a terrible hack. Shame on whichever one of you did that. This right here. That is a way to do the equivalent of that. It's abusive is what that is. Basically just means if ops is undefined, then it becomes an empty object. And if it is defined, it stays an object. Oh, brother. Okay, so let's look through all the options here. We got ops wait, we got ops cancel, we don't need cancel. We got ops if available. We got ops timeout. We got ops on wait, but that's probably something that's used internally, not something I need. Now I could use that to detect if So what is W? I see. Interesting. So on wait gets called whenever. So we could use that to just ensure that we are being put into the waiting pattern, but I'm sure that we know that to be the case. Well, let's trace this if available logic. This is what's happening. I see. Interesting. Well, let the adventure continue. We are now going to dive into the depths of Hypercore. I don't see how this has a success pathway. See what that stack is. All right. Oh. Okay, still misbehaving, but I don't see, did I not restart the server? I did. Okay, that's interesting. Why is the Hypercore mirroring service running? Huh. What are the odds that was a problem? Surely not. So it looks like none of that code path is getting hit that I logged inside of Hypercore. Interesting, it's not. Huh. Okay, that's interesting. If the if available code isn't getting triggered, that may tell us something interesting here. I mean, no question it does. This will be noisy, no question. No, if I don't see anything, then we know something's wrong. Oh, there it all is. Okay, now we just need to trigger the behavior again. I think my logging is degrading performance a bit. perhaps understandable reasons. Let's give it a second to kind of calm down, see if it stops. Don't know if it ever will. Okay, no, it's just gonna keep on going. Now let's reduce the amount of stuff log to hopefully improve on the performance of all that. Okay, seems to have settled down. Okay, no bug. I'll restart this server. There it goes. If that is accurate, we have an interesting indicator. That suggests that we're not even getting to the GET request on the Hypercore. Interesting. I wonder if it's possible that... No, it definitely exists. So, okay. Interesting. Let's take a look at that right there, that particular get call. So that will be in the base.js inside of the table. Nope. So the table definition, right here. This.db.userid and key. We could probably save ourselves a little time by using Okay, I'm gonna get rid of all of the Hypercore logging. Since this does not seem to be our culprit. It's interesting that restarting the server is triggering a set of gets. Maybe because it's doing web fingers. That's probably what it is. Yeah, that's definitely what it is. A lot of gets. Come on, man. Now is when I need you. Bugs, they just never show up when you want them to, huh? There seems to be a timing element where if I need to wait a little bit of normal operation and then restart this thing, so let's give it a second. While we're waiting, what more information could we want to extract out here? Because it seems like the get request is failing here. And failing before the b.get even gets called. Let's look at the b.get definition. There it is. That's in the batch. It calls get. First thing it's going to do is get root. Which might be cached. If it is cached, then the next thing would be to sit in this while true. And do node.getChild node, where node is initially the root. Trying to wrap my head around what could be blocking other than the Hypercore get function. Could be hyperspace that's blocking. Something in the RPC layer. There we go. Nope. Son of a gun. Can't get this thing to fail the way I want it to. Come on. Really struggling to trigger this error consistently. Hey, there it goes. That's interesting. Yep, there it goes. Interesting. What was it just blocking on? It was blocking on one of the local users, it looked like. No, it wasn't. It was going... I wish it had not unblocked itself. Happened so quickly I didn't have a chance to take it all in. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the stream playback. Okay. There's the stream working to my benefit. So it was getting friends 2, and it was calling get of P Frazee at test 1. So it was blocking on that. So it was blocking on the b.get, but not blocking on the actual internals of the Hypercore get. So between here and there, we've got the Hyper-B stack, and then hyperspace is RPC. Ah, kitty cat, come on. Ouch. What do you want, huh? No, the cat wants something, so 1 second. What do you want, kitty? Well? Ain't got nothing for you, baby. Just want attention? Gotcha. Alright, so we got something that's in between b.get and hypercore.get. It could be in the Hyper-B stack. It could be in the hyperspace RPC stack. Alright, now she's batting it. Glasses. Somebody's going out. Buddy. Yep. How'd you go out? Yeah, you know you want to go. No, you don't want to go out? You want to let me work? All right. So I guess the next thing we have to figure out is, like, is it happening in the Hyper-B, or is it happening in, like, the RPC layer of hyperspace? Well, I try to amuse the cat. So in hyperspace client, calling get basically passes straight through to this. And then it's going to call get here. Don't suspect there's anything so far that would be slowing us down, so let's look at the server. Passing pretty much straight through to the core. So unless something is completely blocking up the hyperspace RPC connection, which seems unlikely, then what we have is this. Let's see if it's been long enough to consistently trigger this. Nope, it's working as usual. You gonna stay broken? Nope. Well, this is tricky. Unless we can figure out what's causing this, I think we may have to work around it using the timeout. Let's see if Create Read Stream supports timeout as well. Yep, looks like it would, because it's passing in a batch. Batch will pass it. Andrew is responding. All right. He's not gonna be able to join us. And no, we just can't even get it to repro anymore. So I think we're gonna have to just put in our timeout. Which, and to be honest, probably do want anyway. There's definitely an upper limit to how long we want these requests to wait. Let's make sure we got rid of all of our logging. All right, let's get some timeouts in and everything. Let's set it at 10 seconds. And we'll need it anywhere we call get. That one I think we kind of need to always. Interesting. This would throw if it failed. So. Actually, I take that back. Let's put a timeout on this. Hey, Miguel. How you doing? Actually, I don't need that because list does that. How does it work with visibility across communities? Are you talking like our posts ever private or anything like that? At present, everything is public. That's the short answer there. That may be able to change over time, who knows? But I don't quite have a model for it yet. Actually, let's keep you off. Yeah. Understandable. You can create multiple identities, but currently there are no private communities. No, I understand. It's just an example. We can look into creating private communities. The basic challenge just becomes keeping the private keys private, or excuse me, the public keys private for everybody in that community. And one thing that's also challenging about that is if I'm, let's say I got my main account, pfrazy at CTZN.1, and I want to get into a private community, my activity would be on my database. So I would need a separate, at present, I would need a separate identity to engage in a private community. The answer to that may just be to encrypt. Not sure yet. We'll have to, gonna have to get into that at some point. Why don't we actually make a note of that on the roadmap? Oh, I completely agree. Like, there's no part of me that doesn't understand the upside of being able to have some privacy. And the question really is, like, we could make the servers enforce the privacy, but that would be dishonest because if it's on the Hypercore network, there are no privacy controls within the Hyper-Bs at the moment. So if you're publishing something in a community, even if the server is like, this is private, you're not supposed to look at this, somebody could get your public key, download your data off the Hypercore network, and see what you're doing. So we have to think about that. Yeah, it's a technical limitation. And I just need to make sure that we are putting a timeout everywhere. We'll leave it off on that. In fact, let's leave it off. Oh, no, let's leave it there. Yeah. Okay, catch you later. Huh, I wonder how often I just did that wrong. A lot. That was stupid. That's calling the table getter. I didn't need to do that for a lot of these things. Ugh. But I stand by removing the suppressing the error on the read because that's unwise actually. And we do need it in that scenario. See that right there. Don't need it there. Forgot how my own code worked for a second there. Okay. Oh, we're good there. Okay. Broke something though. Great. Should take a second at some point to figure out why the... Actually, why don't I fix that now? Why are the test servers not closing? Of course, there it is. Use the bathroom while this runs.
Okay, so it looks like what's happening is we're not awaiting the close properly. Where did that first manifest? Seems like it's after communities. Okay. What's going on in communities? Kind of seems like the closing is not occurring after every test. Looks like after always is... Okay, that's probably what's going on here. Yep, that is what's going on. There we go. Okay, let's see what's going on with notifications. The vote's being broken, that's no problem, but notifications shouldn't be erroring. Well, alright, hang on. Let's do get restore stage TV, a tests. Notifications, we got the error on line 164. It's expecting 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's expecting 10 getting 9. So it's got follow of Alice to Bob. And we got the follow by Carla. And we've got a comment 1. And we got reply 1 and comment 2. So far so good. Then we have the upvote 1, and then upvote 2, and then upvote 3, and then a downvote by Carla, and we're missing her last downvote. Is it possible because Bob's first reply is not in the community? Let's see. It is. Let's make sure that the timeout changes I'm making aren't causing this. Okay, they're not. Well, I'm not sure what's causing that. And I'm kind of inclined to just let it be for the moment. That counts as a commit.
Citizen.
Alright, I wanted to document real fast that we don't have and I guess we'll call that as a commit. It's a small one, but still.
Citizen.
Okay, give NPM a second to update its cache, and then we will update our test servers to be running with the timeout update. I suppose it's kind of obnoxious to do that big after drinking, but sorry, it happens habitually. All seems to be working along happily. All right, well, I guess we'll consider that to be a solution for the problem we had in our to-dos. Still a couple of things to hit on that. So, yeah. Cool. So I guess we have a little bit more time here. Could hit a couple of things. Or could call it an earlier stream than usual to, you know, account for the fact that we'll be working tomorrow. Both good options. Anybody have anything that they think we really got to do before for tomorrow? Would be great to get the profile pic resizing handled sooner than later. Thank you. Yeah, spent a lot of this week working on the UI. Check all this out. Boom, look at that. How's that for a fancy login screen? We got a sign up here where it tells you warning, this is a alpha software, and you pick your server, which is currently down. I haven't tried yet, so I don't know. You got your terms and services, and you choose your name and your password. Your profile, then you hit sign up, and then it goes. Yeah, I know what you meant by avatar upload, and yeah, I don't know, I haven't tried it yet. That's one I'm willing to let be a little funky while we're getting, you know, an alpha status. We even got, check this out, Bushnelli. What's brown and sticky? See a little more? You got the post and the extended post, which makes it like a blog almost. Plus, we implemented, went back to a sort of threaded comments system. No, so if the server is managing your private key currently, so it does in fact hold a hashed version of your password. We've got on our roadmap come on, GitHub rather.
Alpha tomorrow. Alpha launch Saturday is tomorrow, starting at 11 a.m. Central. User key ownership. Store user private keys on their devices rather than servers. Sync keys between the devices and coordinate writes offline. I think that's what you're talking about, CS. And once we have that, then you probably still would have a password with the server, but you know, you're going to be, the way it'll all work is whenever you do something, it'll actually be writing locally, and this might be something that the new version of the Hypercore protocol will do a much better job of. The alpha server will be here to stay. It's time for permanence. Alright, good luck. I did test that, so hopefully it'll work. I guess I don't know if I tested on an actual mobile phone, so what an exciting experiment. This is silly, but I would like to have... There we go. Oh, kitty cat, what do you want, little baby? Let's find out what she wants. Want to play more? Is that what it is? Does anybody else have a house gremlin that is as gremlin-y as she is? Alright. Yeah. Oh, I know, I'm not paying you proper attention. What did we put as our... So, post editing, user muting, probably muting, could do blocking. All the email flows, dark mode. Those are the ones that we deferred for the alpha launch. This is stuff I kind of need to do on my own time this evening, so good reason to stop the stream a little early. I just don't know if I have the energy in me to do dark mode yet, so that's probably going to have to wait. Alright, y'all. I think I'm going to wrap up the stream for today, so I can get some off-stream stuff done and relax a little bit. Get ready for tomorrow. Excited for tomorrow, y'all.
Alpha launch Saturday. Any last things anybody wants to ask me before I end the stream today? Any last questions? Any conversation points? Anything about what's going on tomorrow? Or what's next? Or any thoughts about the UI? Now is open for conversation here. Here's a good way to scare off the cat. She really dislikes the guitar.
If I made a joke right now about my little section of London.
What the hell? That was bizarre. I somehow just got...
The same way that, you know, anybody else here can, for example, to make a joke about America.
I think I accidentally just accepted an invite into a clubhouse room. Okay. She wants it. Yeah, I'm excited. Yeah, big scary guitar. It's not a fan of music. Yeah, so I'll be interested to see. We're going to have a lot to think about in terms of structuring the communities pretty quickly. Communities are meant to be, in a way, there's kind of two different mental models I use to just saw it, Paula, so of course you could see it on the video. I'll be sure to decrease the latency as much as possible for the stream tomorrow. That was a problem we had on testnet Saturday. So there are kind of two mental models I have for communities right now. One of them is beyond just basic socializing, beyond social media. One of the mental models I have is basically decision making, communal decision making tools, and in a way you could kind of consider that like that's true already of like Reddit, right? It's a communal decision making about what shows up on the front page of that subreddit. So in the context of just like how algorithms for promoting content, for discovery, for ranking, things like that, there's the very obvious version of decision making, but then there's decision making which is more concrete, like in a governance sense, because I'd like to pretty quickly get the communities get it set up so that a server can appoint a community to determine what gets shown as like the initial discovery, so like suggested communities, trying to move governance as much as possible into the user base. So when somebody first signs up, what communities are recommended? Well, that should be up to the server management community, and that means it needs to be a structured group for making decisions together and things like that. And obviously I would be a part of that community for the server that I'm running. Maybe I would be the only person with any decision-making power if I were so inclined, or I would, come up with a structure where it's invite only. Everybody that's in the part of the community is given a vote or something like that. That's the part of the whole thinking about communities and the constitutions for them, is that they engineer custom mechanisms for deciding things. Likewise, you could consider moderation to be a similar problem, or what's the name of the community, or what's the bio of the community. These are all distributed or
consensus-based decision-making processes. The other mental model I have for communities is just social role-playing games, basically, or just social games in general. So like, I was talking about yesterday, Roblox or Minecraft. Seemed like a good mental model for what that is, or almost like an MMORPG or a MUD, where you're able to create kind of game mechanisms through the Constitution. But another thing that's kind of high on my mind is how are we going to simultaneously get these communities to be something fun to be using as soon as possible, something that people want to be a part of, and create kind of, communities, the culture and the normative culture around communities is a really important component of them. To give an example, suppose I create a community and somebody starts kind of jumping in with really sloppy political hot takes. In the current design of the system, I wouldn't really have a great way to kind of push or pull against it. Nobody in the community does because there's no voting system yet, there's no ranking system yet. So if somebody's coming in and just kind of dumping nonsense in there into a community, which is a shared space, we don't have any way to kind of, not only, there needs to be sort of gentle mechanisms for helping people kind of understand how to be a part of the community. And that goes hand in hand with the question about how to make sure that the community actually is also promoting the kind of stuff that you want and creating an interesting space for people. And so it's going to take a little bit, it's something that I'm considered to be a top priority, in addition to like adding that, migrating the way that the internal design of the system works. As I was talking about earlier in the stream, getting away from RPC for everything and going on chain. That's a major step, but then the simultaneously I want to be thinking about how to get sophistication into the communities, at least some form of customization or a set of mechanics so that communities can start to self-govern and do what they are, in the first order sense designed to do, which is promoting stuff that the community is interested in and demoting stuff that they're not. And hopefully early on we'll have a little bit of help by dint of the fact that it's a small user base, but that's only going to last so long. And the existence of the tools will end up having a self-reinforcing thing, if there are people kind of shape their behavior to what the tools are giving them. So it's something I want us to be, it's really something I'm going to be actively talking about in the stream probably as soon as this thing is launched, is talking with y'all about what tools we want to implement first for communities and things like that. There's also different kind of content types, things like that. Like if we're creating a community that's designed to choose which other communities are first recommended to people when they join, then we need some way of like having a link list that represents what those recommended, or a user list, really, community list. So we may need to get into kind of new content types, new record types there. Might start talking about Wikipedia, or not Wikipedia, but just wikis inside of communities. Or just general pages. Yeah, and I want to make sure it does get a chance to play out as naturally as possible. I'll tell you what we're going to be doing tomorrow, other than it's going to be launching the thing, dealing with any bugs, you know, chat will have the opportunity to kind of be like, okay, X is broken, and I'll be hair on fire trying to fix it. But then once we're in a sort of a stable state, we're all going to be sort of working together to create a set of initial communities. I'm going to be doing a high pass filter on that, so I will dictatorially be giving a yay or nay to these things. But together I want us to come up with the initial community list that will be the initial suggested communities to new users. And so we can all kind of decide what we're interested in, what we want to participate in. It doesn't have to all be like stuff that I'm personally interested in, but it certainly has to be all stuff that I'm interested in having up there. So that'll be a conversation we're all having tomorrow, which I think will be quite fun. All right. Well, I think it's given everybody plenty of time to ask any questions, so I'm going to wrap up the stream. Did a short one this time, but really excited for tomorrow. 11 a.m. Central Time. You'll have to do your own time zone calculation on that, but I will see you all then. Thank you. And, yeah, pretty pumped. Have a great TGIF. And hope to see you tomorrow. And if I don't, you can always join us on the server whenever you're feeling it. So, catch you later.
Citizen. Citizen.